Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Prasetiya Mulya Economic and Business Outlook Seminar 2023. My name is John Alt Matthew.
My name is Sabania Serena, and we will be the MCs for today. So first of all, I would like to greet Professor Disman Simanjuntak as the Rector of Universitas Prasetiya Mulya, and Professor Agus Suhadi as Vice Rector 1 of Universitas Prasetiya Mulya, and also Mr. Frankie Supriyadi, Vice Rector 3 of Universitas Prasetiya Mulya.
Also to welcome our speakers for today, Mr. Adrian Teja, Vice Dean 2 of the School of Business and Economics, Universitas Prasetiya Mulya, Mr. Paulo Casadio, Director at Asia Strategic Consulting, who will be joining us through Zoom, Mr. Carmelo Ferlito, CEO of Center Market Education, who will also be joining us through Zoom, Mr. Chandra Rambe, President of the Center for Market Education Indonesia, Mr. Eusebius Panca Pramudia, Faculty Member at Universitas Prasetiya Mulya School of Business and Economics, Mr. Albert Hasudungan, Faculty Member at Universitas Prasetiya Mulya School of Business and Economics, and lastly, Mr. Rizal Sukma, Senior Fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies and Faculty Member at Universitas Prasetiya Mulya School of Law and International Studies.
I'd also like to greet our moderators for today, Mr. Jose Rizal Damuri, Executive Director of the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Also, Ms. Ratria Arina Rahman, Faculty Member at Universitas Prasetiya Mulya School of Business and Economics. And on behalf of the committee, we would also like to say thank you to all of the participants who have joined us today, which includes academicians and practitioners from various fields, Universitas Prasetiya Mulya faculty members, and also university students.
And today's discussion will revolve around the topic of insulation against the damaging impacts of the post-pandemic policy reversal. And we start off with looking at the general macroeconomic outlook of Indonesia before we dive deeper into the selected industries that we will be discussing. We have the real estate and industrial estate industry. We also have the crude palm oil or CPO industry, as well as the oil and gas industry. In addition, we'll be also discussing the upcoming 2024 general election, which will surely have a significant impact on Indonesia's future business and economic landscape.
So before we proceed, we would like to express our gratitude to the Center for Market Education, Indonesia, and Center for Strategic and International Studies for their support in making this event possible. So for a brief introduction, the Center for Market Education Indonesia, or shortened SCME Indonesia, is an academic and educational institution that is dedicated to promoting market education and advancing economic literacy in Indonesia through various academic initiatives, seminars, and classes. And their expertise in economics and business has been instrumental in helping us put together this event.
And we'll also thank you for Center for Strategic and International Studies, or CSIS, which is a leading think tank dedicated to providing insights and shaping policy solutions to challenges faced in Indonesia. Their research cover a wide span of area, include security, politics, economy, and social issues, just to name a few. And we are honored to have CME and CIS to full support for this event. And without their support and partnership, this event will be happening right now. So let's give them a round of applause. And before we continue, in the case of emergency, there's a nearest emergency exit on your right there, and also on your left near the elevator right there.
Okay, so to start off today's event, I would like to invite Professor Gisman on stage to deliver the opening remarks.
Could an entire civilization be submerged by a mud flood?
Entire civilization. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Universitas Prasetiya Mulya, let me first extend our gratitude to our partner institutions, Center for Market Education Indonesia, with our friend Mr. Camelo. The center is interesting, and I think we will see more of the center in the future. I'm personally very interested in studying market, which is evolving every day. And also the Center for Strategic International Studies. And of course, other speakers, moderators of this event. It's rather late in the year to organize an Outlook seminar. But I think the group of people involved in the preparation of this event have written something valuable that we can later read in quiet, which in my view is a positive contribution by itself. I also urge the committee, preparatory committee, to wait a while before performing this event, and that is the World Economic Outlook, April 2023, by the International Monetary Funds. And that outlook came out with a deteriorating projection for the year 2023 compared to the last issue of Outlook in October last year, or even in January. So we are facing a deteriorating economic environment going forward. I would like to share with you, with your patience, the way I look at what is likely to confront us in the months and year ahead. Slide number 2, please. Slide number 2. Oh, I cannot read that from here. As you, if you are interested, you may read from the last outlook by IMF. We are facing with a diminishing pace of growth, of course, with a big footnote. East Asia is expected to do much better than the rest of the world. China is coming back with COVID-19 restrictions removed or relaxed, and Chinese are traveling again back to other parts of the world, including our parts of the world. But all in all, the environment is distressing. Number 2, inflation rose to a level which is still high, though diminishing in major economies, and with inflation rising to a high level, there is little hope that monetary policy will be relaxed in the immediate future. So we are fighting with rising inflation and rising unemployment at the same time. Trade shrinks. And I think this is very important for us to watch because the high growth the world was able to enjoy after the great financial crisis 2007 was attributable to a great deal to expanding trade. In fact, the world after the new economic policy of China in the late 1970s was a world of rapid trade expansion. But trade expansion is bound to be very slow this year. Also, after a slow pace during the COVID year, Indonesia was able to grow faster than projected last year because of expanding net trade, but that expansion is projected to diminish this year. The most important source of growth is always technology change. Every technology change gives us a huge growth opportunities. But we are not going to see a major technology change introduced this year or next, though a lot of new technologies are currently occupying the frontier, the production possibility curve, but they all will be taking time before they translate into growth impetus. Another important note relates to what is happening in the financial services industry. We have seen a number of banks going bankrupt, including banks that are strongly connected with the cryptocurrencies, but also very traditional banks in Europe, like the Credit Suisse, rescued by UBS, also Deutsche Bank, one of the largest banks worldwide with a very extensive portfolio. China is said to have been insulated from this crisis. The same applies to Southeast Asia. There is no major worry about the financial problems of Europe and North America impacting our part of the world severely. US is approaching another election. And I think that's going to be another fight between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump. the problem with such an election is possible reversal of policy. You remember Donald Trump, just like that, yeah, nullified the commitment on Paris Agreement, just like that, executive notes, and that's it. And President Joe Biden reversed that policy, and in case Donald Trump was elected, it may reverse President Biden's policy. This is policy environment instability. And this is not a shallow symptom. This is a problem of democracy, not only in the US, but also in other parts of the world, and I think including Indonesia. Policy reversal. Probability of policy being reversed with major impacts on business decisions. Last slide, please. So the right policy direction going forward, I think, is stability. Each of us stabilizing our portfolio, each of us stabilizing our investment, each of us stabilizing our way of managing, etc. I don't know what happens to the system. Hopefully it's not another Gisman. Because they said, we are approaching a time when everyone can have its own duplicate. Yeah, second self, they call it. But stability does not mean no growth. As I said, East Asia, including Southeast Asia, is projected to grow quite strongly at the level of 4 to 5%. Southeast Asia, 4 to 6%, 6% over. Vietnam is the new champion. Vietnam is projected to grow by, I think it's 6.3%. Yeah? Cambodia, 6.3 or 6.8. Cambodia also over 6%. Indonesia, Vietnam is the new champion. Can it be shut? Or have I talked too much? So for us in Indonesia, for instance, the challenge is not to grow by 4. The challenge of stability is to at least maintain a growth level of 5%, and if possible, growing a little over 5%. In spite of the constraints imposed on macroeconomic policy, fiscal as well as monetary policy. Number 2, for us, Indonesia, I think this is a year for preparation for a science-driven businesses. Universitas Prasetiya Mulya decided to offer STEM program, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, in the hope that through STEM education, science-driven businesses will be growing in Indonesia over the year. However small the number of graduates is going to be from STEM schools of Prasetiya Mulya. This is a challenge to us. The golden 2045 is not going to be a golden year unless we manage to transition from factor-based growth to a knowledge-driven growth. Right now, our growth relies heavily on the depletion of natural resources. Number three, in despite of constraints, we all have to take ESG seriously. Environment, social, and governance, more than ever before. This is likely to be part of the international business practices standards. We are going to see, for instance, border measures against carbon emission. So it may not be very close to us back here, but there are mechanisms that force us to adjust to this. Lastly, stability means human capital deepening. If you look at the number of Indonesians with sarjana degree, it's really amazing. It has been growing in the last 10 or more years at more than 8% a year. Number of Indonesians with bachelor degree. But we are yet to feel the impact on productivity. So apparently, formal education is not enough. It needs to be complemented with other forms of education to deepen literacy, to deepen skills, and to deepen entrepreneurship. The three will have to come together with degree education to produce tangible impact on productivity. So the overall environment is less stimulating from the perspective of economic growth, but I think for us, we can still look forward to the rest of 2023 with relatively favorable economic growth, and probably also to 2024. Downside, yes, a number of downside. There may be external shocks in the global economy from whatever sources, and we need to be well prepared for that. And growing on the basis of stability to me means largely a strategy aligned with changing risk profile. And if we manage to do that, we should not be too worried about the possibility of diminishing growth. We should be able to navigate our businesses safely through the rest of this year and the upcoming election year 2024. I hope these notes can supplement the materials that our organizing committee has prepared for us. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Professor Gisman, for the opening remarks.
Now we would like to introduce the Indonesia Economic and Business Outlook 2023 report, which was written by a team of writers from Universitas Prasetiya Mulya, CME, and also CSIS.
We hope that everyone is excited as we are. And please scan the barcode as seen on the screen. In order to access the book titled Indonesia Economic and Business Outlook 2023. Please wait a moment while we process the screen first. So feel free to scan on the screen here, and it's free.
And those joining us from Zoom can also scan the barcode.
And feel free if you have any question, if you have a technical issue, if scanning the barcode in front. And the authors of this book are Albert Hasudungan, Alfi Syahrin Aryo Waskito, Alfian Banjaransari, Angel Sanjaya, Carmelo Ferlito, Eusebius Panca Pramudia, Felicia Graysol, John Arnold Matthew, Nixon Wijaya, Paulo Casadio, Razim Ismail, Stefania Serenata Wijaya, and Johannes Kadarusman.
And the writer of the preface of this book is Professor Gisman. So what is this book about, John?
Well, glad you asked, Stefania. And the Indonesia Economic and Business Outlook provides a comprehensive analysis and insight into Indonesia's economic and business landscape, with a special focus on the year ahead. And it features expert opinions and data-driven insights on key areas in Indonesia's economy and several macroeconomic factors.
So looking at the table of contents, we have three main sections. And the first one is titled Deteriorating Macroeconomic Outlook. And this includes chapters on GDP, inflation and monetary policy, debt risk, expectations and confidence climate, and also the impact of domestic politics on the Indonesia's economy in 2023. So this section provides an in-depth analysis of the current economic conditions and its implications for the future.
And second, we have echoes from selected industries, and which covers real estate and industrial estate industry, the CPO, the crude palm oil industry, as well as the oil and gas industry. And this section highlights the opportunities and challenges faced by different industries in Indonesia.
And finally, we have the last section, which is titled Indonesia Forecasting Outlook 2023-2024. And this section provides a forecast for the country's economic and business landscape in the near future. So overall, the Indonesia Economic and Business Outlook 2023 report is a valuable resource for anyone who is interested in Indonesia's economic and business prospects. And we hope you enjoy reading it and find it informative.
And I would like to say thank you for all to joining the celebrate the launch of Indonesia Economic and Business Outlook 2023. And please give a round of applause for the authors, editors, designers, and everyone else that have contributed to the making of this book.
So with this, now let's start the main event by starting our first session, Deteriorating Macroeconomic Outlook. Please give a warm welcome to our speakers. First, Mr. Adrian Teja, Vice Dean 2 of the School of Business and Economics at Universitas Prasetiya Mulya, who will share with us about financial resilience under the shadow of global banking crisis. And also Mr. Paulo Casadio, Director at Asia Strategic Consulting, who is with us today through Zoom meeting and will share regarding Indonesia's response to global macroeconomic instability. And also Mr. Carmelo Ferlito, CEO of CME, also with us through Zoom, sharing about weakening consumers and producers' confidence.
Now, also to extend my welcome to our respected moderator of the day, Mr. Jose Rizal Damuri, the Executive Director of CSIS. Please give a round of applause. And without further ado, let us start the first session. And I'll hand over.
A very good
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues from Prasetiya Mulya, and also the audience participants of this Prasetiya Mulya Economic and Business Outlook Seminar. Welcome to the first sessions of this business economic and business outlook seminar, where we're trying to look at the issues from the macroeconomic outlook, from macroeconomic perspective. From the titles of the sessions, perhaps you can say a little bit, or you can see some kind of what we are going to talk about, what we are going to discuss in the sessions, which basically about the macroeconomic issues, more from the bigger perspective on how the global economy and also perhaps Indonesia's economy would be developed, would carry on this year and also in the next year to 2024. Like Pak Jismans also already mentions, last week actually, we just have a very important publications. It's the WEO, World Economic Outlook from the IMF. It was just released last week, I think it's last Tuesday, and you can say that the sentiment that this report, these publications brings, it's kind of gloomy. It's not really something that we can say quite engaging or quite inspiring, yeah. But rather a little bit gloomy and more pessimistic about the situations. Of course, we can understand what happens, why this kind of a gloomy sentiment is going on. We all know that the pandemic that already hit the global economy quite severely, and it was continued with the war in Ukraine that's disrupted supply chains of various goods. And now we are also looking at an escalations of risk from the financial sectors. Last month, for example, we just witnessed how two financial institutions were in trouble, a very really big trouble, before and they need to be saved by the authorities. And that's not only the only problems that we have. The pandemic also leaves us with huge debt burden. Perhaps not in Indonesia, this debt burdens becomes really problematic. But I can say that 60% of less developed economies nowadays have problems with their huge debt from the pandemic, and the global economic governance, including also G20, still fail to do necessary things in order to deal with this kind of problems. Of course, the growth prospects because of this underlying issues have becomes has become quite challenging as well. For example, the World Economic Outlook from the IMF estimated that for the next 3 or 4 years, the growth prospect remain to be below the pre-pandemic. For the global economy, for the developed countries, and as well as for Indonesia. So we've seen that the economic growth remains to be very in the difficult situations. But it's quite interesting if we look at the estimations from the IMF that East Asia is actually the only regions that would record higher growth than last year. Perhaps that might be because of the recovery in China's economy that has taken place so far and is going on proceedings to this year and also next years. But on another note, this is not the only problems that we have. There are also we are also facing various problems in the longer terms challenges, longer term perspective. Those challenges perhaps not really affecting us, not affecting us shortly, but it would create a lot of problems in the future. Like, for example, I can say geopolitical and geoeconomic tensions between the United States, especially, and China. It was also driven by the domestic political situation in the United States or in China. But not only between the United States and China, there are also many other countries that becomes more how do you call it, more hostile to one another, and it would becomes problematic if this kind of things, this kind of situations would proceed in the future. Pak Jisman also mentions about the technological progress and the benefits as well as the risks that we need to deal. And they all need our attention. In the meantime, we are also aware that our existence actually also being challenged by what we can say as the existential challenge or the planetary level problem from the climate change and from the environment, the changing environment. All those kind of things affect the economy for sure, affect the landscape of the economy. We are going to discuss about those issues, perhaps not all issues, because we are going to take, it would be taking the whole day in order to discuss all those kind of issues that Pak Jisman also already mentioned. But at least we can discuss some of those issues in the in more detail and to look at the data and to look at the analysis to get more insight about this current situations. We will begin our discussions with the presentation from Bapak Dr. Adrian Teja.
Yes.
From the University of Prasetiya Mulya, Vice Dean to School of Business and Economics. Pak Adrian Teja will talk about Indonesia's financial resilience, facing the imminent US and Europe banking crisis, the one that took place last month or 2 months ago on the financial sector. Pak Adrian Teja, you have 15 minutes.
Okay.
To get your presentation, Pak.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you, Pak Rizal. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for allowing me to share the ideas about the current economic condition. As always, that I have to put on the word of disclaimer because this is personal view and not necessarily a representation of the Universitas Prasetiya Mulya. And also, this is not an investment recommendation, okay? Even though you can infer it, it is an investment recommendation, but you should consult your expert for second opinion. Okay, my topic here is Indonesia financial resilience, facing the imminent US and Europe banking crisis. I changed the title to become more definitive. Previously, we say that, as you look at the slide, it is being said that it is a shadow. If it is meant as a shadow, it is not certain. But in this title, I says it is certain. Okay, I will discuss the approach for this presentation is two. One is I will show you how events that happen in the micro level will have a significant impact to the macro level. that we call it as feed-forward effect. Okay, and I will give you two presentation. The ideas is give you the bad news first, and then we give you the good news. Okay, we will start. Okay, as you may know that this is the US banking condition. We already know that the trigger is being SFB collapse, Silicon Valley Bank. And then there is issue about the credibility of the Federal Reserve, something that people rarely discuss. But I will show you the evidence that the Federal Reserve losing its credibility. And then I will show you that there is a cockroach theory. If you find one, it means you have to believe that there is a lot of cockroach. If you find that SFB collapse is bad, believe me, you will find a lot of bank is more bad than Silicon Valley, and it will have more negative impact. Okay, this is the news. I believe you already aware about this one. And then you already know that the Fed fund rate already growing their interest rate from 0.25 into almost 5%. Okay, after almost 14 years near zero. And then this is the dollar index. As you can see, when there is quantitative easing, somehow the US dollar is getting stronger against 6 major hard currency. But as you see in the end of 2023, 2022 to 2023, when the Federal Reserve intervene in the market by printing money in the form of quantitative easing, the impact is not the same as we expect. The dollar index still weakening. Okay, and then I will give you a little bit about courses, about finance. As you can see that in finance, we know that there is a concept called duration. Duration means the sensitivity of an asset or a liabilities to changes in small change for interest rate. As you know that in the fixed income industry, we know that bond price have inverse relationship with interest rate. If the interest rate is going up, then the value of the fixed income securities will go down, and also vice versa. Okay, I give you, this is hypothetical. Okay, for instance, if the bank, if the Federal Reserve increase interest rate, the asset and the liability side will suffer. But the liabilities decrease less than the asset. And then I'll give you the example of JP Morgan balance sheet. As you know that JP Morgan is one of the best bank in America. And I will give you the differences between what is reported in the balance sheet and what is expected after we considering the concept of duration. As you know that the methodology is I measure the weighted for each asset and I estimated the duration. Also, I estimated the liabilities weight and also their duration. To my surprise, that after considering the interest rate increase into 5%, JP Morgan real equity is almost totally wiped out. Okay, so we know that all banks in America cannot fulfill their function as a bank. This is all problem. If JP Morgan become like this, you have to be sure Bank of America more or less the same. Okay, so the idea is, look at this one, the US bank deposit. There is a lot of capital flight, both for big bank and small bank. That's bad. If the capital flight keep on going and going, the bank will have to sell their asset at a loss. As you remember that world or US experienced near zero interest rate for almost 14 years. It means a lot of fixed income securities that have high interest rate is already being paid off or becoming maturity. So their balance sheet consists of mostly asset with a very low interest rate. So the impact will be full. And then if you look at the banking in Europe, the condition is almost the same. As Pak Jisman also being mentioned, Credit Suisse, Deutsche Bank, yes. And also all the banking sector. This is the European stock, as Deutsche Bank. And then this is the index for Euro stock bank. Not a good sign. And then if we look at the remedy, maybe you ask me, if the situation in US bank is that bad, should the US bank collapse? No. The valuation wise, yes, the value of the asset and the liabilities is going down, but you may sell overvalued stock in the market because the Federal Reserve is buying. So things will be still stable for now. Okay, maybe if we have time, we will discuss who will buy the new dollar that being printed by the Federal Reserve. Okay, and now this is the scenario. I believe that there is a major negative event within the 6-month period, not until next year, within this 6 months. And we expect that the negative event will trigger a capital flight to US. Okay, if that not happen, we can sure that it will be very bad for the US. What is the major negative event? I believe it's related with the political event, not the economic side. As you can see that you can look at the European leaders. They come up and already defying the United States by meeting with Xi Jinping in China. I believe they look for help if things that bad is happening, they know that can rely on China. Okay, and then we go to the Indonesia side. We have to be very, very optimistic about Indonesia. First one is, we believe that Indonesian bank able to weather the banking crisis in US and Europe. As you can look that even though we experience the COVID-19, the loan to deposit ratio is decreasing significantly. Our capital adequacy ratio is increasing and we have a very high capital adequacy ratio. And also from the non-performing loan, it is still manageable. That is from the banking side. Okay, if the banking do experience contagion from the US and the Europe, do our corporation will have an issue with the liquidity? I believe not. This is the evidence. This is the public company that becoming all equity firm. What is the meaning of all equity firm? Is debt to total asset below 10%. The number of company is steadily increasing. So people do not want to use what we call as debt tax saving. They say, okay, financial distress cost is still too high. I believe reducing debt is good. And then if we look at the debt to total asset ratio, it is also encouraging, right? If you look at this, in 2018, our debt to total asset is 25%, and now already decreased into almost 21. So our corporation is ready. If liquidity event is happening, they already have low reliance to the banking sector. And then this is the conclusion. Yes, Indonesia, US and European banking crisis are real and imminent. And yes, we believe that Indonesia will be able to weather the crisis. I think that is my presentation. I will give the time to Mr. Jose. Thank you very much.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Please give a big applause to Pa Adrian. I think it's quite interesting what he already presents. Pa Adrian's already presents to us. The current situation, banking situations, especially on the SVB, also teach us about the source of the source of banking crisis that can come from the deposit side. Normally, when we look at the source of the crisis in the past, it comes under the asset side, yeah, not the liability
side, yes.
Because normally the credit is too concentrated to certain sector,
Yes.
or too affiliated companies, corporations. But now even the deposit sides can also be the source of crisis, the source of problems in the banking sector, especially if it is too concentrated to certain sector or too concentrated among the same corporations. I think you also already touched upon the issue, but the questions is of course how should we avoid or prevent this kind of thing happens again. Is there any way to do that? We can discuss about it later on. But it's quite also interesting that Pak Adrian's remain to be optimistic on the Indonesia situations, both to the banking situations and also economic. To the corporation, yeah, conditions. The corporations in Indonesia. Maybe we can discuss about it later on. You have the times later on to ask questions to Pak Adrian about the financial situations in Indonesia and also at the global level. But before that, before going, we are going to discuss them. We will have Mr. Paulo Casadio. Allow me to greet Mr. Paulo Casadio. Mr. Casadio, are you with us? Unfortunately, I cannot see you on the screen. Can you put it on the screen, please, Mr. Casadio?
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Good afternoon to you.
I'm going to share my slides.
Okay, you have 15 minutes this afternoon to present your view, your insights about the macroeconomic instability and how Indonesia's responses. Please, Mr. Casadio.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Okay, so today I'm talking about the macro aspects and the macroeconomic focus about Indonesia in more in general Asia 10 scenario. My presentation will point on one problem mainly. Why, to illustrate our Indonesian outlook and why this differs quite significantly from the official macroeconomic focus put forward recently by IMF as well as by other official institutions and the consensus. The reason for this is mainly that we consider a different economic scenario. Not only the cyclical aspect that are pending from Indonesia and all the economy, but some structural changes in the overall international financial system. I will come back, and this will be my thesis. My presentation will develop going through these 6 points that you see on the right of my slides. And I will start from the first one and asking where we are with this crisis. The answer comes quite quickly. After the long period of crisis and build-up of responses of the governments and central bank in order to support the economy, now we can say we are back to normal, meaning the growth rate went back to where it was before the crisis. We can say this with two perspectives. One, watching to the patterns of the ASEAN 10 economies consider so-called twin economies. I will go to the slide, to the graph of them in a while. And the other, considering that all the economies are back to the potential of growth. So basically to the neutral level of long-term growth. But before going to the graph, I would like just to share with you what is the usual pattern of a crisis. And here you can see in the graph on the right, the usual pattern. I consider this for Indonesia. Starting from 5% of growth as a normal position, the COVID-19 and the lockdown in particular brought down as a shock, brought down the GDP growth to a very low level, a negative level 2. Then in the second phase, the combined effect of fiscal and monetary expansionary policies managed in order to push up the growth and overshooting the 5% in 2022. 5.3% was the average growth. And then we are, you can see the red point, we are converging to the long-term scenario. This is what the business cycle theory tells us as the main pattern, the basic pattern of the shock and reaction of the business cycle. But, and we can say that Indonesia, as well as Malaysia, are in the red point. So we are already concluded they are overshooting and converging towards the long-term trend. So now we can also see more interesting these three graphs. These three graphs are referring to the so-called twin economies. As far as GDP is concerned, they are very different economies, but looking at GDP, you can see the first main graph, Indonesia and Malaysia. More or less in the last years from 2015, the growth was very stable and quite high, around 5% for both countries. Then you see the impact of the COVID-19 was more severe because Malaysia conducted a more severe lockdown policy and pushing much more down the GDP than Indonesia. And this requested a reaction stronger. So then the combined impulses of monetary and fiscal policy pushed the GDP over 15%, really stellar economy. Then a second turn pushed them again down and then up. Instead, you can see that Indonesia is quite more moderate in getting the shock and reacting. So there was just a small overshooting and then already converging to 5%. You see already in the last quarter of last year, both economies are going to join back again their twin growth path. Just quickly, just to compare, on the right, we can have the other two very strange couples, Singapore and Thailand. You can see as far as growth is concerned, they are quite, they share a quite similar pattern. Different, and also in the COVID crisis, different is the reaction of monetary policy, stronger in Singapore than Thailand, and then they are joining back the pattern now. The latest graph is interesting down, is Philippines and Vietnam. They are the highest growth economies in Asia 10. You can see that there is a dramatic effect of COVID-19 for Philippines. Instead, very moderate in the first round for Vietnam. Vietnam do not even contract the economy, keeps growing at a low pace, but keeps growing in the first round. Then, while Philippines started recovering, Vietnam has the second drop and more significant. And it's quite strange because the second drop depends on the COVID-19 development, and this development is successive to the vaccination campaign. So instead of vaccination campaign leading to reduction in COVID-19, seems that is leading and inducing COVID-19 in this country. Anyway, you can see how then later Vietnam reacted, and now the gap between the two countries closed. So you see from this graph that the twin economies join back the shared path, and we can see that they are around, all of them are around their long-term trend. This allows us to tell that the crisis is over. We are back to normal, but not to be considered really in a normal time. So if you look forward now, where we are heading, we have the big big contrast between our forecast that we will specify later and the consensus IMF forecast put recently forward by this institution. consensus IMF and other institutions see that for Indonesian economy as well other economies, in 2023 and 2024 will be year of output growth at maximum power, meaning 5% stable. Instead, we see a weakness ahead, and this is the divergence of our opinion, going down back to 3.5, 3.6, which was similar to the 2021, and then back only maybe in 2024, depends on the severity and the condition of the let's say financial crisis spending. We can go back to 5 in 2024 or even later on. So there is a divergence in the forecasted path. Why there is a further weakness ahead? Two reasons, basically. One is the cyclical factors that the huge push of monetary policy and fiscal policy acting in an expansionary way in a previous period now is going to bring down a bit the economy. So this is a negative impulse, not so strong in Indonesia, because we saw it has been quite moderated, but much more stronger in other economies, like for example in Malaysia. But it's only one factor and one reason. This reason becomes much more important when you add the second part, which is structural change in the international financial system. And this is what more or less my previous speaker was talking about, and I will specify a slightly different aspect that I'm focusing on, which is we are witnessing very two important crises in credit and debt. One about US, and we call it quickly the end of the petrodollar era that started in 1971. Allowing the dollar to fluctuate independently of the gold, and then another is one different in China. Let me just recall the mechanism. As the previous speaker was talking about, the key element is the T-bond, and when there are strong interest rate rise, the price of the interest of the T-bonds in the portfolio of banks, and especially in the portfolio of the central bank, keeps going down, creating a huge capital loss. Okay? So this is a mechanism that really creates a dilemma to the central bank. The more the central bank increases the interest rate to control inflation, the more creates a loss in the balance of the banks and also in its own balance. The central bank are losing trillions of dollars at least now. If the central bank try to issue liquidity and provide liquidity to absorb and to contain banking crisis, this buying bond and issuing money, and this bond enter in its balance sheet, creating further loss. So there is an international problem, not only in the banking system, but also for the first time in history, start to be a problem of credibility of the central bank, of the capacity of its balance sheet to support this financial pressure. Moving quickly to China, there is also in China a complex step of crisis that really created the situation, international situation, much more complex. There is an internal debt, and one example, I don't go much longer on that, but Evergrande is just still there, and the spillover of the crisis of Evergrande is still in place and still giving a negative effect on the economy. But to this more well-known problem, there is also another one, which is less known. Thanks to the Belt and Road initiatives, China produced a lot of investment all around the world, financing the single countries in which China was building these infrastructures, with a huge amount of money, creating debts. And now these low credit rating countries are really in troubles to repay the debt to China. One example for all is Pakistan. Pakistan is in double rate of repaying these debts, and this creates really a critical problem for China. If they go on with the Belt and Road initiatives, they keep rising their debt, and is more and more unlikely to get back the money they gave to these countries. If they stop, they are losing all the long-term advantages of the plan. So this is another dilemma, very serious to solve. The balance of this situation is that in the short term, there will be a lot of costs. So the credit crisis that the previous speaker was detailing, and even more, spending more time that I will do, will create a serious financial crisis on financial markets, waiting on the economists, and mainly the Western economies, but also on the emerging markets or economies like ASEAN 10 and BRICS. In the long term, and nonetheless, some benefits are very important for ASEAN, BRICS, and other emerging markets economies, because this system is migrating toward the model of backed dollar, backed to the gold. So there will be a more equitable, stable financial system, like we saw in the previous period after the Second World War, after the Bretton Woods Agreement, basically in a fixed exchange rate system. Okay, so this is the second reason why the pending cyclical problem become much more complex to manage and much more deep in terms of damages to the economy. Latest news, just yesterday, Morgan Stanley, which is a big banks and prestigious bank in America, called for a starting credit crunch in America. So up to now has been very mild and progressing very slow. They expected an acceleration towards downward, so a much more serious crisis in terms of credit in America. And like previously was reminded, more or less 1 week ago, the IMF launched some reports and introduced for the first time an important and quite negative alternative scenario. These are the two reports. The World Economic Outlook, as you can see here on the right, said that in a plausible alternative scenario with further financial sector stress, global growth declines to about 2.45%. It was already forecasted 3.4 in the basic scenario, so still further down, and with advanced economy growth falling below 1%. Actually, for me, this is a timid admittance of opening an hypothesis of full recession, full and quite hard recession in the developed market.
Excuse me, Paulo, can you wrap up in 1 minute?
Yes. Okay. The second problem is the overall financial stability, as can see here. Okay. This so why this further weakness ahead? We understand that it comes from the two things together. What is the positive elements that allow us to be positive that these crises do not bring a recession in ASEAN and in Indonesia? Basically, not only the strong fundamentals in consumption investment has remain quite dynamic and solid in Indonesia, but also the inflation outlook. If you see at the projection, the inflation is coming out quite quickly and quite nicely, and it's forecast to go back to the range of optimal value under 3%. This allowed, or this you can see investment and consumption growing quite well just after the lockdown. This allow to formulate this focus, and with this I conclude. We see weakness ahead due to the policy stimulus and the international scenario, but importantly, the investment, which is the engine of the economy, kept going on, and this is the positive elements. Inflation is back and can give further flexibility to monetary policy to intervene in a different way. Concluding, we can set these 5 points. First of all, ASEAN economies and Indonesia looks like back to normal, but their normal is very fragile. So this is thanks just to the massive stimulus of the policies, but this will come back later negatively in a context of international debt and credit crisis. So for us, the forecast is not a smooth evolution of according to the long-term scenario of growth around 5%, but there will be a downside to 3.5 in 2023 and slowly going up to 5 later on. But we don't see any recession thanks to the solidity of the fundamentals of the economy and also to the banking system of Indonesia. All in all, we think that we are observing a great transition in a general economic and financial system towards a more equitable, stable, and efficient international economic and financial system. And I think the ASEAN 10 countries are best positioned to leverage and to benefit from this future scenario. Thanks for.
Okay, thank you, Paulo, for providing us the very useful insight, I think interesting insights to the global macroeconomic instability, more precisely, and also how the Indonesian situations, Indonesian response to that instability. I believe the conclusions also already told us that you are quite confident that Indonesia and other ASEAN countries would not be in the recessions against, unlike the many other economies. But however, Indonesia would also face challenges, especially in the longer term growth prospects, in order to turn back to the longer trajectory of growth, like the pre-pandemic situations. I think we have a lot to discuss about it, because Paulo also offered some explanations on these situations. And we can try to go further, to look at more details on those causes and reasons behind these situations. But before that, I would also like to invite the Carmelo Ferlito. Are you with us?
I'm with you.
Okay. Okay, Carmelo. Carmelo Ferlito is the CEO for Center for Market Education, the one of the co-hosts or the collaborators of this seminar. And Carmelo would presents from the consumers and producer perspective on how the weakening and consumers and producer confidence would affect the economy in general, and also perhaps you will also talk about the Indonesian situation. Please, Carmelo, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Let me see. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, it's projected because from here I can still see the face of Professor Paulo on the screen. So you can see my presentation, right?
I'm sorry for that.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much. And first and foremost, allow me to thanks our co-organizers, Universitas Prasetiya Mulya, and the Center for Strategic and International Studies. We are very pleased and delighted to be part as a CME of this event. We are a much younger organization, and also myself, I feel as a very little and small researcher where compared to the people that share the floor with me. So thanks again, and special thanks to Professor Disman to have facilitated this cooperation, and a very big thanks also terima kasih banyak to Alvin Desfiandi for the inexhaustible work that he has done for putting this event and the report together. There are a lot of people that has worked for this to happen, and I think they really deserve all our gratitude. We have done very little for this compared to their huge workload. Today, I will discuss about one of the chapters of the Outlook, which is the role of confidence from consumer and producer perspective, and how confidence plays a role when we have to analyze the evolution of the future evolution of the economy. And allow me to say that this topic is very dear to me because it's linked to the role that expectations play in economic analysis. And in fact, expectations find very little space nowadays in economic forecasting. Usually they are neglected because their consequences depends on economic interpretations of reality, and therefore they are not easily captured within statistics. The result of this interpretation is open-ended and therefore is very, very difficult to be captured in numbers. But yet they are important, they are crucial because, as Ludwig von Mises put it, economics is not about things and tangible material objects, but rather it is about men, their meanings, and the meanings of their actions. In fact, the way in which individuals will build the future is precisely dictated by expectations and by the interpretative processes that they set in motion to achieve their ends with the chosen available means. And allow me a brief mention here of the role as a scholar of Ludwig Lachmann, a German economist, which is, to me, the economist that most than anybody else has done for bringing the role of expectations at the center of economic analysis by further developing what George Shackle did with the concept of kaleidic society. But this is not the place to discuss the history of economic theories. Let's go into the contents of my presentation more deeply, and let's start with the Consumer Confidence Index as it is developed by Bank Indonesia. Bank Indonesia divide the Consumer Confidence Index into Consumer Confidence Index part, the Current Economic Condition Index, and the Consumer Expectation Index. The evolution of the three parts of the index is shown in this first graph. As you can see, the three indicators, they all move in parallel, but the CECI shows higher distress at the peak of the pandemic. In Indonesia, in fact, the lack of policy consistency during the great lockdown and also different degrees of enforcement have left the public within a realm of high uncertainty, and high uncertainty is always bad for the economy. But the thing that I want to highlight and are expressed in this second graph is the degree of variability, the fluctuations that are observed in these indexes that as you can see, during the years of the great lockdown became much more stronger. The variability was much less deep in the previous years. So the different confidence and expectation measures became much more unstable. While oscillations in confidence and expectation has been pretty mild during the 3 years preceding the pandemic, the standard deviation also remain very limited. Instead, the impact of the pandemic associated with a higher degree of government intervention in the economy and inconsistent movement restriction decision introduce a very high degree of uncertainty. So let's look at the numbers. During the period 2017-2019, so during the 3 years before the great lockdown, CCI changed on an average by 1.88% monthly, CECI by 2.33%, and CEI by 1.71%. In the 3 following years, 2020 until 2022, the monthly averages jumped to 6.8, 9.20, and 6% respectively. And This uncertainty can be observed also in the higher degree of standard deviation, so the higher variability. The figures are summarized in detail in this table, where you can see that not only during 2017-2019, the monthly variations in absolute value were limited, below 2% or around 2%, but also variability was very limited. So the figures moved not that much around the average value. Instead, during the 3 following years, not only the average variations were much higher, but also the degree of variation around the average values increased in a sensible way, demonstrated a certain nervousness in consumers. So this means, in a nutshell, consumers changed expectations, changed their sentiment in a much more unpredictable way and in a much more sharper way. So positive against negative becomes very unstable. If we isolated 2022, these variations become milder, tends to normalize around 4% for CECI and 3% for CCI and CEI, but still remained on values which are much higher when compared to the period before the Great Lockdown. Let's move to the Business Confidence Index. In this case, we observe a much lower degree of variability when compared to the consumer index, meaning that businesses tended to be less emotional than consumers. And this is obvious. Business decisions need to be more pondered and more rational when compared to consumer decisions. But despite the lower oscillation, the lower fluctuations, BCI touched a low point of 96.54, which is the lowest point in the history of the index for Indonesia. Although it has recovered since then, the index never reached again the 100 benchmark, which instead was the normal in the years before the pandemic. Here we can see the degree of fluctuations evolving in the latest years. The last index that I want to take into consideration is the Purchasing Manager Index, which is also produced by Bank Indonesia by isolating 5 different values: production volume, order volume, speed of supplier delivery time, inventory, and labor. As it is well known, a PMI above 50 indicates an expanding economy, while values below 50 indicate a contraction. In fact, PMI is considered an indicator that anticipates somehow the economic cycle. During 2020, the overall PMI for Indonesia have been constantly below 50. Then the index has been slightly above 50 in Q1, Q2, and Q4 of 2021, dipping again below in Q3. Here you can see the summary, and as you can see toward the end of 2022, we observe a recovery, but again toward the end of the year, a slowdown, which is probably the symptom of the normalization that also Professor Casadio was mentioning earlier. So in 2022, the aggregate PMI constantly grew over the first 3 quarters over the year, but expectations are of a decline in Q4. The same applies to production volume, inventory, and labor, while order volume, and in particular the speed of supplier delivery time, are expected to keep on growing. And this is normal due to the fact that movement restrictions have been lifted, and therefore supply chain is normalizing. Now, what we can say by observing this is that the recovery emerging from the ashes of the great lockdown, while firmly established during 2022, remains extremely fragile and volatile with respect to both internal and international factors. Monetary policy, in example, is one of the topics that have been touched very deeply in the report that have been published, and together with it, a chapter that is very dear to me is also the one on debt, that shows a lot of situations that can call into the scenario a Minsky moment. And this is, allow me to say, consistent with the CME anticipation of an inflation-led economic crisis, which would have followed the natural post-COVID economic rebound. And we as a CME has published the graph that you can see here in my slide, anticipating this scenario, at the beginning of 2021. So for us, the mix of movement restrictions and different expansive policies would have led to what we are experiencing now, to the contraction and the difficulties that we are experiencing now. So we have anticipated that. We strongly believe in that deterioration in an inflation-led economic crisis already 2 years ago. So my conclusions is that consumer confidence is improving, but it remains fragile. Business confidence instead is normalizing or slightly deteriorating, and PMI is expected to slightly decrease too. So the main factors that will affect expectations are the following ones: the worsening of the international trade scenario due to exogenous factors as well, and what will be decided in terms of monetary and fiscal policy. Tackling money supply, the excess of money supply will be an important factor if we want to seriously tackle inflation. But in order not to disappoint or to drag down too fast expectations, this tightening of the money supply needs to be properly communicated so that the best possible interpretation scenario can emerge and the impact on economic activity be more limited. Therefore, the line of official communications, the line that official communication will be chosen will be the main elements to link expectations and economic performances. For economic performances will be affected by expectations, and expectations will be affected by the communication line, not simply by the strategy in terms of fiscal and monetary policy that will be chosen, but by also the way in which these decisions will be communicated to the public. Here at the end of my slides, you will find the contact details of the Indonesian branch of the Center for Market Education, and that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Please give a big applause to Carmelo. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentations, and you bring us the you bring with our within our discussions on how the expectations of consumers and also producers would be also playing quite important roles in determining the global macroeconomic situations, and as well as Indonesia macroeconomic situations. I think it's quite interesting that you mentioned that the recovery is taking place, although it remains to be fragile and perhaps unstable as well. And it also depends on how the consumers perceive the trade and supply chain situations, as well as monetary and fiscal policy, or how the economic situations how the economic actors perceive those kind of developments. And we also know that last year's the normalizations of expansive fiscal and monetary policy takes place very suddenly, and it creates a lot of problems that we are also still see and feel at this moment, and with a high inflationary pressure as well. Now I would like to invite questions to enrich our discussions this afternoon. We do have around 20 minutes, more or less 20 minutes to have discussions. I don't know whether we do have some questions already being asked in the through Zoom platform or not, or I would like to ask the floor here in Prasetiya Mulya, whether you have some questions or some comments on the presentations. Anybody? There are a lot of things to discuss, perhaps. Yeah. Okay, Pak. Okay. While we're waiting for the organizer to give us the questions from the Zoom platform, and all of you who are also joining us from the Zoom platform can also post the questions through the chat platform. Yeah. Okay, chat window in the Zoom, please.
Ya, terima kasih. Thank you, Pak Jose, and also all the presenters. I would like to address these questions.
Introduce.
Okay. My name is Frankie Supriyadi. I'm from School of Business and Economics, and based in the strategic management area. I would like to address these questions to Professor Casadio, especially building on Camelo's presentations that the index for consumers' confidence is actually are still fluctuating. It's increasing, and the fluctuation is quite high. But at the same time, that we know that the growth coming to the normal growth as the presented by Professor Casadio. But what will be the firms should prepare for dealing that this is okay, that it's coming to the normal situations, but also there's challenges in the long terms. So what will be the preparations for the firms in order to deal with those situations? Given that also there is a change in the structures of global financial structures in general. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Frankie. Let me gather more questions, some questions at once before turn to the presenter. Yep, please, Pak Jisman.
I'm really intrigued by the downward curve of Carmelo and Professor Casadio. You were saying that Indonesia would be growing 3.5, much lower than what the IMF projected. Before the financial crisis of 1997, I was interviewed by some journalists following the crisis in Bangkok at that time. And I was saying the economic fundamentals of Indonesia were very strong. No worry about similar crisis occurring in Indonesia, similar to the one in Bangkok. But yes, Indonesia turned out to be the worst hit by the Asian financial crisis. So my question is particularly to Professor Casadio. What would be the trigger mechanism that economic growth in Indonesia is going to be weaker than projected by the IMF. The same question goes to Carmelo, of course. What would be the trigger behind the downward or trend in the expectation?
Thank you, Pak Jisman. Others, the best questions actually would get the prize, the book, the book from the organizer. So the organizers will provide you a book for those who ask the best questions, I think, or the best comments. So please, students, perhaps you also would like to join the discussions by asking questions or comments. Or is there any questions from the Zoom platform, Zoom participant? Can you show us? No? Oke, nggak ada ya? Oke. Can you show us? I cannot read it from here. Yeah, perhaps you can tell me what the questions later on. So I would like to. This is one from. I cannot see it from whom? From Ida Yuda, Ibu Ida Yuda, to Professor Casadio. With the diminishing of petrodollar, do you foresee an emergence of new global currency, or will the international transaction, especially trade, be using currencies of respective trading partners, or will USD will still be used? This is interesting questions. I think several weeks ago, the BRICS, for example, tried to set up new currency. The ASEAN, one of the ASEAN agendas under Indonesian chairmanship is also to encourage more the use of more domestic currency for trading or for economic transactions. Maybe we later on we can also hear from you, Professor Casadio. So we do have 3 questions. Any other questions? Last call for the for questions or comments. If not, I would like to invite the speakers to also. By the way, I would also like to ask questions to Pak Adrian here. My previous questions actually, Pak Adrian, about how we whether the cause of the crisis or the cause of the crisis from the deposit side instead of the credit side would becomes new more regularly in the future, whether it would be more frequent, and how we can also prevent that kind of crisis. In the past, what we have done is actually try to avoid the concentrations of credit to certain sectors. And what about this new banking crisis? How we should prevent this kind of thing? Yeah. So I would like to ask from Professor Casadio, perhaps.
Thank you for the nice and many questions. I will answer very shortly in such a way we all compare all the answers with other speakers. I'm sure they have a lot of interpretation. Okay, about the first question, since the crisis come from abroad, from international part, what the Indonesian firms can do? A lot of things, at least at 3 levels. At firm level, investing is the main way to innovate and to introduce new technology and leverage on the Industrial Revolution 4.0. This slowdown in the period of COVID-19 is time to reinvest in new technology, modern technology, to become more efficient and more present in the international market. At sector level, there is room for reorganization, sometimes even to synergies for merger and acquisition among different groups. And finally, at Asia 10, actually this is the biggest chapter for me. The market is becoming more and more unitary market and dynamic. I think there are big room for leverage at Asia 10 sectors. So this is about the first question. Maybe I give the microphone to the others to reply on the same question first.
Okay, thank you. Carmelo?
Yeah, on the first question, and I think you will see that myself and Paolo had some professor in common. Innovation, I mean, investment in innovation remain crucial, as Paolo has rightly said, I think, and investing in an environment which may look against investment in this moment remain keys. But it is, I think, also important for Indonesia to invest strategically, not just invest in terms of aggregate, but invest for building a different economic structure. So to become really a country which makes of innovation something at the core of economic development, of local economic development. But obviously, for doing that, the action of investors alone is not enough. You need an ecosystem which is conducive to that. So this means probably reforms from the education perspective, a more intense effort from the government in infrastructure, which are probably the thorn in the side of Indonesian economy. So we see here the space for a combined action from institutions and business people. So business people should do their part by investing strategically in innovation, but also in lobbying for an institutional environment that favor innovation.
Thank you, Carmelo. Pak Adrian,
Okay.
like to respond to my questions?
Okay. As we can see that the idea about banking from the liability side is built by implicit assumption that depositors is atomistic and they are dumb. What I mean with dumb, that they can only react, not anticipate. But the case for SFB show us that investor usually becoming more and more bigger in their money, and they also anticipating. As you know that the SFB collapsed because the investor anticipating that SFB is losing money, that as a bank they already failed. So as we know that there is an LPS, Lembaga Penjaminan Simpanan in US. If their money is not guaranteed, it is better to take it first before the bank collapse. Okay, so the idea is the same in Indonesia. Money getting smarter. So the government, I think, should design maybe the same like in the asset side, that there's limitation for credit to certain group, but there is also a limitation to certain depositors. But the problem is, even though they are atomistic, they can always act in a concerted manner. You can see that there is a meme stock. Maybe you still remember, okay, the meme stock, that small investor create a crash for the institutional investor. I think that is my responses. Thank you.
Oh yeah. There is one question from Ibu Ida. I think to Professor Kasadia. I don't know whether you already addressed it about petrodollar.
I didn't.
You want
address again? I can shortly answer. Okay, the petrodollar actually is a very big issue and is ongoing. So the information I convey here is just something ongoing and not speculation or conspiracy theories. Is happening. The BRICS, the Saudi Arabia are trading the oil and other raw materials, not anymore in dollars, but in their own local currencies. And actually, this is another news. Even in Texas, there is a proposal from inside the United States to pass to a new dollar or backed by dollar. And other 10 states are following. So it's very interesting to follow. But to answer to the key part of the question, I don't think that the dollar will be removed or will be disappear. It will be just brought back in line with other currencies. So there will be much more diversified, the basket of key currencies. There will be not only one play the role of the international reserve currency, but there will be a group of, and all of them quite stable in the relationship because backed by the gold.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I cannot decide which one of those four questions is the best one, because all of them are quite good. I think I would like just to ask the organizers to give the book to all of those four a question for the four participants, yeah, who ask questions. Is it possible? I think it's possible, yeah, because all of them are very good. So with that, I would like to close the sessions. It has been a very, I think, very productive sessions. We have a lot of information, a lot to digest, a lot of food for thought, and a lot of insight to look at how the economy, both Indonesian economy and also global economy, would proceed. And perhaps, hopefully, we can also come up with some kind of better understanding on how the way that this would turn out later on, either as the two becomes a decision for your actions, or perhaps also your investment, perhaps, or if you are a policy maker, you can also use it as one of the basis for the better policy directions. Or if you are also a student, you can also use those kind of informations to have a better understanding of what's going on to the economy and business currently. Thank you very much again for your participations, and I will invite all of you to give a round of applause, a big applause to all of our speaker and presenter. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paulo and Carmelo. Bye-bye.
That was a very thought-provoking and insightful discussion. Thank you, Mr. Adrian, Mr. Paulo, and Mr. Carmelo for sharing with us, and also Mr. Joseph for moderating the session. So what did we learn from the session, John?
Well, glad you asked, Stefania. So firstly, what I learned from Dr. Adrian Teja's presentation is that we've seen that a lot of past events in America, United States, and also in Europe, especially with the Silicon Valley Bank collapse, and that we see that one of the reasons is that why ASEAN countries is more resilient, because of the CAR is much higher, and also the loan to deposit ratio, LDR, is much lower and after COVID, with also the non-performing loan is still relatively in a safe zone, and also increased liquidity from before the pandemic and until now 2022, with total assets up to 22%. And another one is from the next one is from Professor Paulo Casadio, and he mentioned out the 5 points and where we are in the crisis. So he mentioned point out that we are currently going back to normal and patterns are reestablished. And he pointed out also there's a one chart where from the pandemic there's a shock and also there's policy responses from fiscal and monetary policy and an overshooting. So it means that the growth is much higher than expected. And then we're going back to the long-term equilibrium. So it's going divergence. And in the end, he mentioned that there's no recession for ASEAN, especially Indonesia. There's strong internal fundamentals. However, the path to that, the growth is not smooth in that way because as IMF has stated that the growth will be lowered from 5% to 3.5%. And lastly, from Mr. Carmelo Ferlito, he mentioned about the consumer index, the consumer confidence, consumer economic index, and also from the business side, PMI as well. And in essence, is that the consumer confidence will improve in future years. However, it's still very fragile. And also for business confidence will deteriorate as well as PMI will deteriorate in the short term. And this is due to that from the US and also from China as well. Due to as in China, the Evergrande, the crisis, and also in US for the petrodollar as well. So that's what I learned from today's presentation.
Thank you so much, John, for that. So now, before moving on to the next section, we will be taking a 15-minute coffee break. And for those who are not fasting, we have prepared some snacks and drinks just outside of this room. So see you back here in 15 minutes, everyone.
Okay, so our next session is titled Echoes from Selected Industries. Please welcome on stage our speakers today, Mr. Chandra Rambe, President of CME Indonesia, who will discuss Indonesia real estate and industrial estate trend. And please give a round of applause first. Mr. Eusebius Panca Pramudia, faculty member at Universitas Prasetiya Mulya, School of Business and Economics, who will talk about CPO, cash cow for Indonesian economy. Please give a round of applause. And last but not least, Mr. Albert Hasudungan, faculty member of Universitas Prasetiya Mulya, School of Business and Economics, who will talk about oil and gas industry trends and challenges. Please give a round of applause.
Let us also invite our moderator, Ms. Ratria Arina Rahman, faculty member at Universitas Prasetiya Mulya, School of Business and Economics. Okay.
Tunggu itu moderator.
Okay, good afternoon, the honorable speakers, distinguished guests, fellow colleagues and faculty members, proud students, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ratria and I will be serving as your moderator for the second session of today's seminar. So, in this session entitled Echoes from Selected Industries, we will discuss about the micro aspect, right? So, especially on the three prominent industries in Indonesia, namely crude palm oil, oil and gas, and real estate and industrial estate. So therefore, there are three amazing speakers that will cover each sector, and after which will be followed by the Q&A session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to welcome our first speaker, Mr. Chandra Rambe, the President of Center for Market Education Indonesia. Good afternoon, Pak. Who will talk about Indonesia's real estate and industrial estate trends. Okay, Pak. So, without further ado, please, Pak Chandra, to do the presentation. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, moderators. When Pak Carmelo asked me to join this conference, I said to him that I will present my paper in Bahasa, Pak. So I think Pak Jisman and all audience, please allow me in Bahasa, Pak. Thank you. Bapak, Ibu-Ibu, terima kasih kesempatannya. Alfi ada slide-nya. Memang menarik untuk kita membahas properti hubungannya dengan ekonomi gitu. Real estate sektor itu memang menjadi salah satu yang cukup memberikan indikator kepada kita tentang tren ekonomi di masa yang akan datang. Nah, sudah banyak memang kajian yang mengatakan bahwa hubungan antara krisis ekonomi dengan real estate itu mempunyai relasi yang cukup kuat. Salah satu Jester and Smith juga melakukan penelitian mengatakan bahwa setiap krisis ekonomi diawali dengan penurunan investasi di bidang properti. Nah, hal ini dilakukan penelitian yang udah cukup panjang di Amerika, mulai dari Great Depression sampai dengan Great Recession. 12 kali resesi kecil mengatakan bahwa krisis ekonomi selalu didahului oleh penurunan investasi atau bahkan penurunan penjualan di bidang properti. Nah, makanya memang cukup menarik kalau kita mencoba melakukan kajian terhadap perilaku dari pasar properti untuk mengantisipasi potensi krisis ekonomi yang mungkin akan terjadi atau ekonomi global gitu. Dalam beberapa kajian juga kalau kita ikuti bahwa krisis ekonomi selalu dihadapi oleh dua kebijakan pemerintah gitu. Satu kebijakan moneter dan satunya kebijakan fiskal. Kebijakan moneter dalam banyak penelitian sebenarnya tidak terlalu memberikan dampak atau dapat menyelesaikan krisis perumahan yang sedang terjadi. Justru sering terjadi bahwa krisis ekonomi yang hanya dilakukan dengan kebijakan moneter yang lemah justru akan menambah housing bubble yang terjadi di beberapa daerah, di beberapa negara. Nah, hal ini terjadi di mana-mana, di Amerika juga, bahkan di Indonesia juga terjadi, karena dengan memperlonggar atau hanya dengan treatment kebijakan moneter yang sederhana, yang lemah, akhirnya masyarakat tetap akan membeli perumahan padahal mereka tidak punya kemampuan yang sangat kuat gitu, yang cukup. Sementara krisis juga tetap berjalan yang menurunkan kemampuan mereka untuk menyelesaikan kewajiban-kewajiban mereka. Yang lainnya adalah kebijakan fiskal. Biasanya fiskal defisit memberikan keleluasaan kepada masyarakat untuk melakukan penambahan hutang misalnya, juga akhirnya akan berdampak pada kemampuan mereka untuk menyelesaikan kewajiban-kewajibannya dan akhirnya berujung kepada kewajiban terhadap pencicilan rumah akan semakin bertambah, menyulitkan kepada developer maupun perbankan. Bapak Ibu, mungkin melihat dari itu kita mencoba melihat kebijakan moneter apa yang sedang terjadi sekarang dan mungkin nanti dampaknya kepada pemerintah. Bisa di slide so nggak? Kalau kita lihat beberapa bulan terakhir, sebenarnya interest rate kita 18 bulan terakhir sampai Agustus lumayan relatif stabil 3,5%, tetapi setelah itu bulan Agustus mengalami kenaikan, kalau nggak salah 0,25 basis point. Terus saja, terus yang moneter. Nah, yang menjadi menarik sampai sekarang akhirnya suku bunga kita akan cenderung menarik, akan cenderung naik. Next. Itu mungkin diakibatkan oleh, kalau dari sisi saya, dari sisi makroekonominya, untuk menahan inflasi yang ada sekarang ini, menahan laju inflasi yang BI ingin tetap membuat inflasi kita di angka 2-5%. Nah, tapi interest rate yang akan naik ini akan benar-benar memukul para developer ataupun pelaku industri di sektor perumahan. Karena dengan kenaikan ini akan menjadi mengurangi pembelian rumah maupun investasi di dalam properti. Nah, ini menjadi tantangan buat developer atau industri real estate ke depan yang akhirnya akan bisa berdampak terjadinya bubble housing bubble kembali, dan juga problem kegagalan dalam pembiayaan kredit. Dari sisi sektor, di sisi fiskal ada dua kebijakan pemerintah sebenarnya yang memberikan keuntungan kepada dari sektor ke sektor properti. Yang pertama adalah adanya kemudahan ataupun kelonggaran dalam cicil pembayaran down payment ataupun uang muka rumah. Itu memang mendorong masyarakat untuk membeli rumah kepada khususnya untuk rumah-rumah pertama. Yang kedua, kebijakan yang sangat menguntungkan kepada developer, yang mendorong developer adalah adanya PPN DTP yang ditanggung oleh pemerintah 50%. Ini juga akhirnya mendorong untuk para yang akan membeli rumah semakin lebih agresif, lebih berani, karena memang ada PPN dan juga tadi yang saya sampaikan adalah cicilan down payment. Nah, memang di satu sisi ini menguntungkan untuk jangka menengah atau jangka pendek, tetapi di masa yang akan datang akan bisa berdampak sebaliknya karena ekspektasi masyarakat terhadap rumah akan lebih tetap akan seperti itu, padahal sebenarnya itu bukan nilai yang sebenarnya. Itu yang kita harapkan bisa diantisipasi oleh pemerintah maupun pelaku supaya kebijakan ini benar-benar bisa melihat situasi sehingga tidak membuat shock nanti para calon pembeli rumah. Itu dari sisi kebijakan-kebijakan pemerintah. Kalau kita lihat sekarang kondisi properti, Bapak Ibu-Ibu, sebelumnya memang kami melakukan kajian waktu pandemi. Produk properti apa yang kira-kira akan terdampak selama masa pandemi atau pandemi ini. Ada beberapa produk properti kalau kita mau sampaikan. Yang pertama perumahan atau rumah landed house, apartemen, office, retail, hotel, dan juga industrial estate. Dari penelitian kami menunjukkan bahwa memang yang paling tidak terdampak tentu industrial export. Kenapa? Karena dia sebagai tempat untuk memproduksi barang, logistik, dan segala macam tetap harus beroperasi. Nah, kalau kita lihat yang paling terdampak memang hotel. Tetapi yang menarik, apa yang paling cepat pulih setelah pandemi berlalu gitu. Nah, memang industrial estate tentu tetap menjadi salah satu produk properti yang paling unggul, yang cepat pulih karena tidak terlalu banyak interaksi di dalamnya. Tapi yang pertama pulih justru yang paling pertama kena dampak yaitu hotel. Kita memahami itu karena hotel menjadi salah satu kebutuhan masyarakat untuk melakukan aktivitasnya, sehingga dengan pulihnya atau kembalinya pandemi akhirnya akan terjadi pemulihan atau kebutuhan terhadap ruang hotel. Nah, yang lain adalah yang paling cepat pulih juga adalah mungkin perumahan, tapi landed house. Nah, kita coba melihat landed house ini. Landed house saat ini sebagai produk properti merupakan memberikan pertumbuhan yang cukup baik sampai kuartal pertama 2022. Kuartal ketiga juga demikian. Mana yang paling memberikan atau pertumbuhan yang baik, pemulihan yang paling cepat adalah produk properti rumah menengah. Ada 3 kategori perumahan Bapak Ibu kalau dari sisi kita yang sudah umum untuk landed house, rumah yang kecil, tipe menengah, dan juga tipe besar. Sampai kuartal ketiga tahun 2022 yang menjadi memberikan kontribusi pertumbuhan dan pemulihan yang paling bagus adalah rumah tipe menengah. Sementara saat ini setelah semester kuartal pertama 2023, rumah tipe kecil menjadi salah satu yang paling menyumbang pertumbuhan yang lebih baik. Dari sisi perumahan sebenarnya masih ada PR yang besar dari mungkin kita semua termasuk pemerintah yang menghambat sehingga pertumbuhannya maupun ekonomiknya supaya lebih baik. Yang pertama adalah birokrasi dari pengurusan izin-izin menjadi salah satu handicap yang paling besar. Yang kedua memang kenaikan harga dari bahan bangunan yang mungkin karena memang inflasi kita juga naik juga menjadi hambatan sehingga harga rumah makin tinggi. Yang ketiga suku bunga. Suku bunga juga menjadi salah satu PR besar dalam rangka meningkatkan kemampuan masyarakat untuk membeli. Nah, yang lain adalah mungkin harga tanah dan menjadi juga salah satu PR besar yang harus diselesaikan. Itu dari sisi sektor perumahan. Kalau kita lihat dari sisi sektor komersial saat ini khususnya office akan mengalami tekanan yang tetap akan tinggi karena kebutuhan akan office relatif akan berkurang karena adanya kerja hibrid yang ada work from home dan masih kerja di kantor. Apalagi perusahaan-perusahaan multinasional dan besar melakukan pekerjaan yang hibrid sekarang semakin tinggi sehingga kebutuhan akan ruang perkantoran akan tetap stagnan. Secara umum Bapak Ibu di Jakarta Jabodetabek gitu kita hanya membagi dua perumahan itu, yang pertama di dalam CBD, yang kedua di outside CBD. Kalau kita bandingkan sebelum pandemi, okupansi sebagai indikator dari industri khususnya produk properti perkantoran itu rata-rata kalau untuk di CBD dia udah harus 80 sampai 85. Sekarang kita lihat mungkin 70, 75 sampai 80. Nah, yang di outside CBD juga demikian, dia akan lebih tertekan lagi karena memang yang di luar CBD ini biasanya medium size company. Nah, supply masih mencoba, memang beberapa developer masih tetap akan mencoba membangun. Nah, ini dikarenakan karena komitmen untuk membangun sudah ada sebelum pandemi, mulai dari izin, bahkan mungkin komitmen pembiayaan, bahkan kontraktor segala macam tentu harus tetap dilakukan. Karena apalagi kayak kita di Jakarta Jabodetabek, merubah izin itu tidak gampang lagi sekarang. Sehingga memang seperti Dua Simalakama, kalau nggak dilanjutkan izinnya bisa dicabut, kalau dilanjutkan marketnya masih agak rendah. Nah, untuk retail mulai membaik karena memang kita udah beraktivitas dengan sedemikian rupa. Sedangkan untuk hotel juga sudah membaik. Nah, yang menarik adalah kawasan industri. Kawasan industri boleh dibilang menjadi salah satu yang paling atraktif dan dinamis saat ini dikembangkan ataupun didorong oleh pemerintah. Tetapi ini tentu membutuhkan biaya dan jangka waktu yang cukup lama. Kawasan industri dalam konteks secara keseluruhan memang kalau saya lihat di pemerintah itu dianggap sebagai proyek strategis nasional. Memang banyak dikembangkan di kawasan industri. Kami terus terang terlibat cukup banyak. Ada di Jawa khususnya, Jawa Tengah menjadi koridor yang sangat menarik sekarang untuk dikembangkan kawasan industri karena ada pelabuhan Patimbar, tol ya udah jadi. Ada juga di Sumatera. Biasanya kawasan industri dikembangkan dengan dua pendekatan yang umum. Yang pertama close to market, yang kedua close to raw material. Di Sumatera dia biasanya berbasis sawit CPO dan turunannya, makanya ada dikembangkan Seimangke, kawasan industri ekonomi khusus Seimangke. Di Jawa biasanya yang lebih ke labor intensif dia. Jadi karena Jawa Tengah ternyata salah satu mempunyai UMP yang cukup kompetitif dibandingkan yang lain. Tetapi kalau kita lihat memang hampir 100 ada kawasan industri saat ini. Kalau kita sebut 100.000 per satu kawasan industri, artinya kita punya luasan kawasan industri 100.000 hektar di Indonesia saat ini. Menjadi tantangan utamanya adalah sebenarnya persaingan kita secara regional, bahwa kayak di Vietnam itu boleh dikatakan selalu berani membuat harga lahannya lebih rendah dibandingkan kita. Itu menjadi tantangan saya lihat yang terbesar di samping labor. Kalau labor mungkin kita udah sama, tetapi mungkin karena di sana pemerintahannya lebih terkontrol, harga lahannya lebih ini. Nah, diharapkan memang dengan adanya kawasan industri ini akan mendorong pertumbuhan di sekitarnya maupun pertumbuhan ekonomi kawasan. Nah, yang banyak memang untuk tenannya di samping logistik dan database, ada juga yang berbasis pada teknologi kayak supporting untuk mobil dan motor listrik. Itu saya ketahui, kita lihat di Batang misalnya yang dibuka oleh kawasan industri yang terakhir dikembangkan, yang diresmikan oleh Pak Jokowi, memang lebih banyak ke menunjang komponen untuk mobil dan motor listrik. Nah, kira-kira itu perkembangannya. Kalau kita lihat okupansinya di Jabodetabek sih sudah hampir penuh, tetapi yang di luar Jawa maupun yang di luar Jawa khususnya masih struggle untuk menarik para tenan untuk masuk ke kawasan industri karena infrastruktur menjadi masalah utama sebenarnya, gas, tol, dan kedekatan ke pelabuhan masih cukup banyak gitu. Nah, jadi kawasan industri menjadi salah satu emang yang menjadi menarik buat dikembangkan saat ini. Kita berharap itu bisa mendorong perekonomian ke depannya nanti. Yang bisa kami simpulkan dari beberapa kajian yang setelah kita kajikan adalah bahwa perumahan masih tahun 2022 walaupun dia membaik, tetapi 2023 ini masih mempunyai tantangan yang besar karena inflasi yang mungkin akan naik, interest rate juga naik, akan memukul para developer untuk melakukan launching perumahan ke publik gitu, karena harus tetap berhati-hati karena interest rate kecenderungannya kalau saya lihat itu akan tetap naik. Kalau untuk properti komersial, untuk office tentu menjadi tantangan tersendiri, sangat tertekan, tetapi tren bahwa office dengan green building itu masih tetap menjadi menarik untuk perusahaan-perusahaan multinasional company. Nah, secara umum perkembangan real estate dipengaruhi oleh kebijakan moneter dan kebijakan yang lebih ketat, ketidakpastian yang masih ada baik di tingkat domestik maupun internasional memberikan memang performa dari properti ke depan akan masih cukup mengkhawatirkan, dan mungkin harus tetap berhati-hati untuk pengembang properti di 2 tahun ke depan karena beberapa faktor baik domestik maupun lokal internasional masih cukup mempengaruhi kita. Itu aja mungkin yang bisa saya sampaikan sebagai bahan untuk kita diskusikan. Terima kasih. Saya kembalikan ke moderator.
Okay, please give a round of applause for Mr. Chandra. Thank you, Pak, for the presentation. Yeah, and as we know that property sector, real estate, industrial estate has long been one of the leading indicators, for the economy as well as the economic crisis. Okay, so moving on to the next session, our second speaker is Mr. Eusebius Mulya from Universitas Prasetiya Mulya. He will talk about CPO industry, Pak, a cash cow for Indonesian economy. So please, Mr. Eusebius, you may start the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, for the opportunity. And I would like to have a big thanks to Universitas Prasetiya Mulya to share our thinking, our knowledge on the CPO industry in Indonesia and its prospect. When we talk about CPO industry, what I think it is the best industry that Indonesia has currently because of the several strategic dimensions of this industry. Next slide, please. So, if we talk about this, and then we see different dimension of CPO industry, from the contribution to Indonesian economy and from the resilience that is shown during the several macroeconomic shocks. We remember that in 1997, in 1998, not only being resilient, but also the CPO sector in Indonesia became the refugee and also savior of the national economy. Because after that, with the commodity economy boom in the 2000s, and Indonesia grew to become a very big nation that producing CPO. And also, if we talk about the versatility of the commodity, talking about CPO, not only talking about one industry, but we talk about flex crop, ranging from its uses as foods, oleochemical, and biodiesel. And also, with this versatility, it gives business prospect and international competitiveness in a different field. And however, we also talk about the concern of food versus energy competition and soaring price of the daily basic needs. And also, but also on the other hand, there is also the pressure attacks to the problems caused by CPO development in Indonesia. But then talking about the world needs of vegetable oils, not only for foods, but the growing needs for biodiesel. And also in the future, the growing needs for oleochemical. And then not people can argue so much with the fact that the palm oil is the most productive vegetable oil and using land most intensively and having highest yield compared to other vegetable oils. Please next. From this slide, we see that Indonesia has a very dominant position in the CPO production in the world, taking over the position from Malaysia in 2006 and now leading over at a very high gap compared to Malaysia and other producing countries, with some of the 5 big producers in Indonesia in the provinces of North Sumatra, Riau, South Sumatra, West Kalimantan, and Central Kalimantan. But there is a concern from the Indonesian Palm Oil Association that even though there is a growing needs, but the average yield is actually declining, and also the average cost. And this is actually in the future, we should be very careful if we want to develop further on the CPO industry. Next. The main reason of that situation is that the palm oil in Indonesia has a very low, still have low productivity, and the lowest productivity is belong to the smallholders, which taking account 41 to 42% of Indonesian lands, the plantation lands in Indonesia. In addition, the productivity of the private sector plantations and also the state-owned plantation is not so much satisfying too. And we should remember that the area of plantations have been put under permanent moratorium since 2020. And there is a problem of reaching the satisfying performance in doing replanting. And indeed, the target set up by the government cannot be met, while in reality, the form of performance is very much low in the last 2 years. Next. We see that the demand, we can see here that the demand of CPO, that Indonesia has still exporting much, tending to decline in the 2020 and 2021, and continue to 2022 because of the pandemic that put difficulties in transportation. But there is also a sign that the export has recovered, especially with the increasing demand in the world after the Ukrainian conflict. And also, if we talk about domestic consumption, we can see that palm oil in Indonesia does not mean only for food, but its growing need for biodiesel has put the position of Indonesia as the biggest consumer, not only for cooking oil, but also for the energy security of the country. Next. And we can see here that the export markets are still concentrated in China, India, Africa is growing, and also Pakistan, Malaysia, and European countries showing declining demand. And also the price, there is a sharp decline in the 2022, with a possible increase in the 2023, but also possible decrease. Next. And if we see here, the portion of the consumption of biodiesel in Indonesia kept increasing. And this shows that Indonesia has an increasing reliance on the biodiesel for the energy security of the country, especially for meeting the needs of the fuel. But there is also the difficult situation, because we cannot deny that the price of biodiesel frequently is above the price of petroleum diesel. That makes the issue of making the biodiesel in its economic price is a big issue, and it needs a good role of the palm oil fund, or we call that in BPDPKS in Indonesia, Badan Pengelola Dana Perkebunan Kelapa Sawit, for managing the situation to enable that palm oil still play a big role for the Indonesian economy, especially for energy. Next. The price itself tends to decline. It is actually very interesting that people in the beginning of the war between Russia and Ukraine, people expect that the price will grow, but that did not happen during last year. While other vegetable oils show an increasing trend, palm oil showing a decreasing trend. But in terms of its using as a biodiesel, we see that the premium against land and gas oil actually showing that becoming more competitive. And this is very interesting, that the price of palm oil based biodiesel can be, it will not be an issue in the future in comparison with the using of diesel oil in other purposes. Next. And if we see here, the market share of Indonesia is still increasing significantly, well beyond the increasing market share of Malaysia, with the main market destinations showing an increase both in India and China. Next. Then I would like to discuss the most, what I say, that sophisticated or making more complaints, making most complaints about palm oil. That is the EU market. There is a concern in the future, there is an expectation that the market will decline in European Union because of the European Union, after the several and renewable energy directives issued by the European Union, and then also recently the anti-deforestation regulation, then the market will decline significantly, because some countries will finally taking steps for phasing out from palm oil. And in this situation, in these different factors that affecting the market of palm oil. Next. And we can, what we discuss in a theme, the writing theme of this outlook, that the situation that there will be a declining production trend, but there will also growing demand domestically, as there is a mention that the Indonesian economy depends so much on the consumption, and the consumption also will rise, both for food and biodiesel. Biodiesel especially because the implementation of B35 policy by the government of Indonesia, that will make the demand increase. On the other hand, the global recession happened. That affects so much on the advanced economy, but not so much on the emerging markets. And this will create the situation of, what we can say that we can expect the CPO price will increase this year. That's why we also see the possibility that Indonesia will again impose restriction on export by the implementation of direct market obligation. But our note here that even though direct market obligation will be there, we should have the way to manage it, not really having hitting the market, but going in a market-friendly way, not being another controversy in the nation, not becoming another that can take the drastic measures like last year. But this can be learned from last year experience, how to manage it, how to deal with the actors in the palm oil chain for making it more market friendly for the benefit, not only the big producers, but also the smallholders that taking account of around 41 to 42% of the land of plantation lands in Indonesia. Okay, maybe that is from me now. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay, please give a round of applause for Mr. Eusebius. Thank you for such an inspiring thoughts and presentation, Pak. So, despite the challenges that faced by the CPO sector, it is very important to note that this sector is very strategic to Indonesia due to because this sector has so much contribution for Indonesia. Thank you. And then moving on to the next session, the last but not least, our third speaker, Mr. Albert Hasundungan from Universitas Prasetiya Mulya. Please, Mr. Albert, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the invitations. I'm indebted thanks for students of business economic programs for Angel Sanjaya, Stefania Serenata Nuwijaya, and for John McDonald for assist me on the data and the research. So we can give applause for them, And in this stage, I will take some notes from my specialization on economic geography. So I will talk about the oil and gas industries. So can we move to the next slide? So in economic geography, we understand that we have many versions of the data. Maybe there are many versions, but the important things for us is to see the trends and to see the movement within the past, present, and also in the future. So I will take a notes for aspect the substantial of oil and gas for economic development, and let's move to the demand and supply for oil and gas and some outlooks, and there are some anticipated policies for oil and gas in the micro scales as human geography and economic geographic aspect for the oil and gas. Can we move to the next slide? So oil and gas is fossil fuel, but until today there still be a substance for three main components. Yeah, first, as a consumer goods, we use the cores and take a stove with the oil and gas. And the most important thing that oil and gas is main driven for the connectivities, mainly transportations, and from the factor of productions, oil and gas has very eminent functions to drive the industry. While we have developed some renewable energy source, mostly that we can see solar panel and other things, but still industry rely on the oil and gas. And third, while this maybe not clean enough, but the economic activities in the cross scale in household, in the industries and in the market, they still rely on the tensions of oil and gas. And unfortunately, this one is scarce resources of the economic activities. Can we go to the next slide? I believe many economics in here, Prof. Jisman and Professor and a lot of you other colleagues, yeah, who have already data, but let me use simple data in economic development. Yeah, we see the positive economic growth, the GDP per capita. We can see over the last 20 years in the trends, we have a positive GDP per capita, which is good for Indonesian economic developments. Yeah, can we go to the others? And for this one, I took the data from International Energy Association that Indonesian oil consumptions mostly driven for the transportation sectors, and it is a big amount that being used for the transportations. Yeah, the industry has been using also this one for the consumptions, but the transportation still remain significant shares on it. Can we go to the next one? But the oil and gas itself, in the midst of the scarce resource for the oil reserve, they use this one for the industry. We can see that the industry is substantial in using gas consumptions, and respectively, Indonesia has food and beverage industry. It's small medium enterprise, household industry. They use gas for driving their economic activities. Yeah, can we go to the next slide? I took this data is from the report. Yeah. I cite the report from the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources. They revealed that the challenge for them, for the ministry, is majority of Indonesian in the last 10 years is not from the export again, and they also acknowledge that the majority imports come from the Middle East, and in the Middle East itself, the report stated that there has been a political uncertainties of the foreign affairs, and is that there are many reports that have been uncertain for the ministry itself when I started to read the reports. And for gas itself, according to the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, yes, Indonesia is still exporting the gas, but in the last month, in the report, I took the following come up on the report. There has been awareness from the countries to improve gas explorations. The gas exploration itself has been a major downturn for the energy insecurity in Indonesian economy. Can we go to the next slide? And again, I try to read again the following citations from that. It's actually another report in the investment of oil and gas. This from the PricewaterhouseCoopers. They published the report in 2019, and the auditor says that majority of the on the report, I took this one is from the report. They take in the message on that report that the productions has been concentrated on low value added productions. Yet the challenges from the foreign direct investment is in the maintaining the explorations. It's prone to human risk, and the use of technology has still been underdeveloped. So this is the recommendations that it has been slideshow by PricewaterhouseCoopers when they release the oil and gas outlooks in 2019. Hopefully in 2022 in August they will release again the annual report like this. And we go to the next? And learning from this report and from these citations, yes, we agree that in the past 6 months the price of oil and gas has been declining because it has been quite positive global economic sentiments, but still the challenges in oil and gas is actually the scarcity of the oil and gas itself, because it's not renewable energy. And Indonesia has progress on the solar panel and some kind of the water renewable energy, but we still have challenges how to fasten the renewable energy development phase of the energy insecurity in Indonesia. And this is the challenge that have been only one actors, but collectively even the minister says that the Middle East disruptions as written in the report has been the ministry to counter with the price, not only the increase or decrease, but certain trends on that one. But in another stance from the lesson maybe with the scarce of oil resource, some investment in Indonesia. So the energy as a long run, I believe is not in the short run, but in alternative, small by small, but at least it can improve along the time periods. And in the case of gas, respectively as slides on the that the industry that has been very paramount strategies small medium enterprise, respectively focusing on the food and beverage, and the majority of the people require as daily consumptions. So this SMSE, if we go to the big corporation, they have literacy on gas production system, but the challenge we can literacy of the energy for this small medium gas. Has been in the midst of the pandemic has been I think in terms of Indonesia has actually got vertical connections with Russia, yeah. And the United States and Europe, they have sufficient technology and oil and gas. But see that Russia is far from our geographical connections. Have the Russia maybe some opportunity have the technological transformations, yeah, respectively on oil, gas, and gas technology. I believe Russia has good technology to United States have 16, but Russia also, yeah. And in the after during the World War II, they can cope with the Western countries, and I think this is the opportunity that we can explore and some. It's not all the solution, but some coming out transformation gas Indonesia. There are another corporations, but operasi supply the gas. This is the strategy that we improve our energy security. And I understand that this on the sea and gas also, not on the land, on the pipeline itself. They require land expansion technology. We just not talking about renewable energy investment, but things going out to understand how we can mechanize two things. First, we improve the economic development. Secondly, Indonesia has been committed to use more mediations, mitigation, and reducing on the climate change. So green investment that require more land expansions is being required for the energy securities in Indonesia, and I believe we need to make more. I believe we have the economic problems, but Indonesia has also limited resources. I think economic diplomacy is required, respectively. We have some Asian countries that in Indonesia, and we can explore on the main islands here, and we can see another Asian country, maybe like some from Vietnam. Maybe Indonesia can have also collaboration with Vietnam for this kind of the encounter with the energy insecurity issues. We have close geographical locations that are, I think, strategic to for the global cooperations on the energy policy for Indonesia. And next, I think that's my message. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, to hear my presentations, and good evening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Albert, for such an inspiring presentation. Yeah, I think but the homework for our government is how to attract the investors, yeah, because we urgently need investment for our energy mix, as well as for our energy insecurity. Right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the question and answer session. So I invite the audience at the venue, as well as in the Zoom meeting, to ask questions. Any kind of questions? Yeah, please raise your hand and mention your name and followed by your question, please.
Okay, thank you very much for a very inspiring, enlightening presentations. I would like to have, I would pose a comment actually rather than questions, but perhaps we can also have discussions on that related to the use of CPO, especially on the biodiesel, like Pancha already mentions or already explained to us. From the presentations, we can see that it is very challenging actually to use the CPO for biodiesel, and it's not even economical to use it. But the question is why the government still insists to use CPO as the source of biodiesel. It's challenging, first of all, because it is quite costly. The price is higher than the normal diesel, regular diesel, and then also, of course, it would affect the consumptions of CPO. But again, why the government insists on doing that? I think it's because the government really wants to reduce the dependency on imported oil, imported fuel, basically. And it reminds me again to what the government of Indonesia tried to initiate in the last, I think, the last 7 years, try to develop more refinery sectors, refinery facilities, oil refinery, fuel refinery. And it turns out it's just shifting the import from fuel to crude oil. We've seen the declines of imported fuels, but our imported oil, crude oil, increased because in order to produce at homes for the using the refinery productions, refinery facilities that we develop, we need to import it more. So again, this is kind of like not really good solutions. The use of CPO for biodiesels is a false, in my opinion, is a false solution. Actually, the answer is what Albert also already presented, using our natural gas resources. Perhaps we can say that Indonesia produces around 60 billion cubic feet every year, and it's only less than 9%, less than 8% actually, that has been consumed domestically. Because why? Because we don't have any facilities to deliver our natural gas. Most of our natural gas are exported, and we don't even use 8% of them. Even we imported our LPG. The LPG is the one that we don't really produce here. So this is kind of like a food for thought. Maybe we can discuss about it. So what my point is, biodiesels, the use of CPO for biodiesels is a false solutions, and for the answer, actually what Pa Alberts also already mentions, already suggests explorations of gas, natural gas, and also the developments of natural gas distribution in Indonesia.
Okay, thank you very much for your thoughts. Any thoughts from Pak Pancha on the issue?
Okay, Pak Yossi, thank you very much for the comment. What I want to say now is, I remember when I attended GAPKI annual meeting in 2014. At that time, the CPO prices crashed at a very low level. Not only the companies that feeling difficult with the situation, but smallholders also. And that's why the government then accelerating the biodiesel mandate from previously just going around 2.5% to 10% to 15%, and now increased that in the 2015 biodiesel mandate to 30 to 25%, increasing 10% in a year. And with that situation, the government shows that they are able to manage the impact of palm oil price fluctuation, not really heavily impacting to the welfare of the nation. And that is very important. At the same time, the government see the opportunity for reducing dependency on imported oil. And this creates actually dilemma for the government, because they have started the biodiesel mandate, and the government aim for increasing the target. And according to many sources, that Indonesia is the most serious country implementing transition from fossil fuel to greener fuel by relying its palm oil production. And in this situation, the government increasing again to 27.5% and then 30% and now 35%. 35% starting for in this year. But on the other hand, there are also voices from the palm oil companies that say that they cannot afford to follow the high ambition of the government for producing palm oil to meet the demand for producing biodiesel. And we see that in a way that the government wants to use more the potential that Indonesia have as a market leader. And there are still many potential if we talk about productivity. The productivity is still increased, and actually many aging plantations that can be replaced. And if we manage tenurial problems and legality of lands, the productivity can increase more. But then on the other hand, how to actually convince the players in the value chain for working together to achieve this ambitious target. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Pak Mancha, for the comments. Do we have any question from the participants in the Zoom meeting? No? Okay. So is there any more question from the audience here? It's until 6:30. Do we still have any few minutes, I guess? Do we still have time, or time is up? Oh yeah, I think there is one more question from Prof. Gisman. Please, Prof.
I think we still have a lot of time here. 15 minutes. Okay. Simple question to Pak Ram. How has tendency of manufacturing companies in industrial states over the last few years developed? Because as a country with big population, we cannot rely on mining, on agriculture, on simple services. As employer, we need manufacturing. Without recovery in manufacturing, we are not going to make it to ascend to a sustainable growth path. That's number one. Number two is to Pak Yusibos. Do we have any idea on market clearing price for biodiesel?
Saya jawab ya Pak. Bahasa Inggris atau bahasa Batak? Bahasa Batak kali ya. Bahasa Batak lah biar seru ya Pak. Udah ngantuk Pak. Pak, terima kasih pertanyaannya. Memang kalau makronya harusnya begitu ya Pak, harusnya begitu. Apa yang saya lihat, tentu saya dari perspektif properti Pak, bukan dari makroekonomi yang seperti Bapak sampaikan. Kalau kita lihat memang di Kementerian Perindustrian juga mengatakan bahwa kawasan industri itu bagian dari infrastruktur industri. Cuman kenapa orang masuk ke kawasan industri kan itu sebenarnya Pak, izinnya lebih gampang, keamanan, lebih stabil segala macam. Yang banyak dikeluhkan dari tenan kalau dari perspektif kenyamanan menjadi tenan itu adalah infrastruktur di luar kawasan. Kedekatan juga ke pelabuhan, transportasi, supply chain dan logistik yang belum tersambung. Itu yang saya dengar banyak menjadi keluhan dan mungkin related kepada konteks makroekonomi kita. Betul memang harusnya kita bisa membangun kawasan industri yang kompetitif Pak. Tetapi yang menjadi masalah salah satu di kita adalah harga tanah yang juga cukup tinggi. Persaingannya dengan Vietnam dan Cina yang memberikan harga yang sangat relatif murah. Nah, itu yang menurut saya. Kalau yang lain sebenarnya market kita sangat kuat, resources kita juga sangat kuat. Saya setuju dengan Bapak, harusnya kita masuk ke industri ya Pak. Ini kalau kita lihat juga, mungkin saya juga baca tumbuh ekonomi kita selain consumption adalah karena kita masih punya CVO, masih punya batu bara, masih punya nikel dan resources lainnya. Dari sisi industri kita memang kalah sih kalau kita lihat. Banyak yang mau masuk sebenarnya Pak, tetapi masih terkendala dengan supply chain dan infrastruktur di luar kawasan. Di samping juga birokrasi selalu menjadi hambatan industri awan saya lihat masuk ke Indonesia Pak. Masih panjang terus izin, umpamanya keksema kalau nggak tahu keksema gitu. Untuk mendapatkan teks holiday banyak tuh Pak. Saya dapat info fantastis juga. Sangat besar itu Pak. Kita di sini sebagai konsultan dan kita give up juga itu mengurus itu. Itu mungkin Pak yang saya saling. Terima kasih Pak.
Oke, terima kasih. Silakan Pak Panji.
Thank you very much, Prof. Chisman. If what I actually learned from the players in the oil palm industry, that the market clearing price for biodiesel, for the palm oil biodiesel, is about $80 per barrel. If the price of petroleum biodiesel is higher than that, and the palm oil biodiesel become more competitive, but below that, the state, the government, through the BPDPKS, should fill the gap. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Panji, for the answer. So, one last question. Are we allowed to have one last question? Yes, okay, one last question, I guess. Please
Hi.
mention your name.
Hi, my name is Sam from CSIS Indonesia. I'm a research assistant. I saw that the results from the CPO sharing was that our productivity is showing signs of decline over time, and the market demand is only going up further. So there is a huge gap currently going on. At the same time, there seems to be a trend in some of our export market destinations, like the European Union, that we need to pay attention more to CSR, to sustainable production methods and whatnot. Some of it is related to efficiency, but others of these other standards are also related more towards what do you call it? Social issues and other things related to the to those standards. My question is, given that we are already showing a steady decline in productivity, how likely is the Indonesian market able to adapt to these additional but equally important environmental demands, social demands, governance demands, and whatnot? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Regarding at the one hand, there is a declining price, the declining productivity. On the other hand, there is a rising requirement for making the industry more sustainable. And actually, for addressing the situation, what we need is we should take care of our homework. Why I say our homework? Because of the slow replanting progress and the low productivity, actually coming from the three main reasons. The first one is land tenure problem, land tenure issues, as many plantations are considered in the forest areas, that they are considered illegal anyway, unless the government release them from the forest areas. The second is legality problems, both at land legality, as there are many problems related to the land letter, and actually then also how the government enforce the spatial planning for making the palm oil industry looking good based on governance. So the government has the regulation, and how they can enforce the regulation, that is the issue. And the third problem is coordination. Coordination among ministries and ministerial, non-ministerial agencies, and also local governments, because there is also a kind of perspective that palm oil industry, because of its performance, has been considered as a sector that doesn't need government presence. And this is actually problematic because there are still many fundamental problems regarding the palm oil plantations. Why the government just seeing as a cash cow? And if we can address these three problems, and we can address also the requirement or the demand on ESG aspects, we can also accelerate the capital flow for replanting, for increasing productivity, and also building the downstream industry, because the oleochemical industry, although it is very profitable, its growth is still very little and has many challenges that it needs government presence for promoting the industry and creating better business climate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Pancho, for the answer. So fortunately, the committee still allows another last question, right? Okay, so from Pak Frankie.
Because this is 5:40, I think, yeah, we need the time to, but Rizal to close. Yeah, instead of the questions from me. Okay, thank you, Bu Ratria.
Thank you, Frankie. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our talk today. I will express my gratitude for the three amazing speakers for inspiring thoughts and presentation. And also thank you very much for the audience for your active contribution and participation. I hope you have so many takeaways from today's seminar. And have a good day. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, that was an amazing discussion. Thank you, once again, Mr. Chandra, Mr. Pancha, and Mr. Albert for all the insights you've given us today. And also thank you, Ms. Ratria, for moderating the session.
And for our last session, we have Mr. Rizal Sukma, Senior Fellow at CSIS, and also faculty member at the Universitas Prasetiya Mulya, Faculty of Law and International Studies, who will be discussing regarding pre-election year 2023 key takeaways. And will also deliver the closing remarks. And without further delay, I'll hand over the stage to Mr. Rizal. And please give a round of applause to Mr. Rizal.
Thank you very much, Pak Rector, Professor Jisman, Pak Frankie, and all the speakers from the previous audience. Actually, I love that the session extended. That means, I don't have to say much in this last closing session. Because I'm asked, to talk about the most important, difficult topic actually. From the sessions, I heard a lot of words, uncertainty. It's basically the economist basically says that, the economic uncertainty is mostly driven by political uncertainty. But we, the political scientists, also say political uncertainty largely driven also by the economic, uncertainty. So, in that context, I think, we need to see the linkages between the two fields. But, briefly, I can say that, of course, probably everybody begin to feel that the temperature, political temperature is basically rising in the year 2023. This is the 1 year, before the election. There are three issues that, a lot of people talk about, and we love to talk about it. Number one, of course, on the speculation of who's going to be the candidates for the president, right? Everybody wants to know that. And in fact, whenever I believe that we all do this, whenever we see or we get, the report on the pollings, the public opinion survey, we skip the first, two part of it, and then we go directly to the third part of it, which will ask the question, who has, a better chance to win the presidency if the election is, conducted today. So we don't see, this part of like which party will get more vote, and so on. But we go directly to the section on, who's going to be the candidate for president. The second issue, that's where we talk about more, and also we want to know the outcome of this process is actually the coalition building that is taking place among the political parties. And then there are at least, 3 or 4 coalition building that has been a coalition that's been built so far. But again, we're not sure whether this coalition will continue, to survive or will not change as we getting closer to the election. But the third issue is, of course, is more important, and I think directly related to the questions that we discussed, in the economic and business sector. Will the next government continue the current policies of the government or not? So that's, I think also an issue that will shape the election of in 2024. So let me very briefly, before we all have to break out for breaking the fasting, focus on a very few issues that I think can be the key takeaways of all of us today. Number one, the situation is still very, very fluid. Things can change very easily. There are three reasons for that. Number one, the reliability of the pollings that we get every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks so far. Polling so far is only indicative, and it will get more accurate as we enter the 2024. Because we don't know yet, the fixed candidate. So polling is only in indication. So who might get a better chance to win the election, if they become the fixed candidate. And not to mention, there are a lot of weird and very strange public opinion poll as well. Because some result basically probably is designed to shape the public opinion with regard to the candidate. So we have no idea about the accuracy of those pollings, except for a number of reputable polling institutes that we have known so far. I will not name all those institutes. A second, inflection points can happen. Look at the case of the under 20 World Cup. It really changed the public opinion, but the question is really toward how long that Indonesia can remember those factor that will really shape the public opinion in or during the election time or later on. So the polling by the Saiful Mujani, for example, shows that 2 weeks after the cancellation of the World Cup under 20, then the polling changed. Like Ganjar become number 2, and then Prabowo number 1. But last week, another polling by Saiful Mujani shows that there is rebound. That Ganjar become number 1 again, and Prabowo number 2, and so on. So that suggests that it's still too early to really come to a conclusion whether those polling are actually reliable. The third issue, the uncertainty in terms of the tickets that each candidate can get. So it might change because we can ask, for example, is this coalitions that nominate Pak Anies Baswedan fixed already or not? Can it change or not? We don't know. So because it's still very fluid. So if this change, then probably we can go to this debate how many pairs that we are going to have, 2, 3, or 4. We don't know. So that's, I think, the very important takeaway that even in the political situation, it's also a lot of uncertainty. The problem for the political observers with regard to the term uncertainty is like this, especially in the economic field. If the economists argue that the economic situation next year or this year will be good, then there would be some people who argue that in order not to disturb the trend, we are getting better, then we need to extend the current government for the next few years, right? So there is this debate, the extension of the presidential term. But if you argue or you give an argument, the economy is uncertain, economy might be bad this year, then these people will also argue that exactly why we need to extend Pak Jokowi's term as a president. So either way, you can't win, you lose. When you come, this with the political arguments. But I will say this: the election will happen according to the schedule. So I think the talk about the need for 3 period, the extension or the postponement of the election have been put to rest. So I think now it's a very clear that we all, actually going into the election as scheduled by the parliament. The final point that I would like to make is that this year we have not seen policy issues emerging yet in the discussion in the political field. So I think what this session we just had just now is very important because it can be the beginning, to put all those policy issues, to be debated, to be discussed, and also I think the campaign in 2024 should focus more on policy issues. So, but so far, we have not, heard any policy issue discussion yet among those political parties, because we don't know who the candidates will be and what are their, views on certain issue which will be important for Indonesia. But everything will be clear on the 25th of November this year, because by that time, that's the deadline, for registering and announcing the candidate for president. Then, we can start pushing those candidates to think about and talk more about policy issues that will have, an impact on the future of Indonesia. So I think, I will close there. So now we should have the question session, or we just go straight to Buka Puasa. That's entirely up to you. Thank you. Still, 3 more minutes.
Thank you, Pak Rizal Sukma. Uncertainties in economics, uncertainty in politics, hopefully not uncertainties in culture. Because we need it to digest these uncertainties. But in times of uncertainties, get yourself as informed as possible. That's what we can do, to get ourselves as informed as possible. And I hope forum like this can help us to get better informed. So my suggestion to SBA is to organize more of this kind in the coming months as we approach the end of the year and election next year. And with the new technologies, I think we can do this more often without unnecessarily high cost. As rector, I would like again to extend our gratitude to all the speakers, to the moderators, and to the participants, but also, of course, to my organizer, who have done a very excellent job in doing this. And I hope to see you again in the not too distant future. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rizal, for the fruitful sharing session and also the closing remark, and also Prof. Disman for the closing message.
That concludes our seminar for today. And before ending the event, we would like to give some souvenirs for our wonderful speakers and also moderators.
First, we have for Mr. Jose Rizal Damuri, Executive Director of CSIS, who will be given a souvenir by Professor Disman.
Let me read the certificate. It is said here, please come and share your excellent knowledge about economics with Prasetiya Mulya. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Chandra Rambe, President of CME Indonesia, who will be given souvenir by Mr. Frankie.
kasih banyak sharing our knowledge. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Eusebius Panca Pramudia, faculty member at the Universitas Prasetiya Mulya School of Business and Economics, and will be given by Mr. Alvin.
Next, we have Mr. Albert Hasudungan, faculty member at Universitas Prasetiya Mulya School of Business and Economics.
And next, we have Ms. Ratia Alina Rahman, faculty member at the Universitas Prasetiya Mulya School of Business and Economics.
Okay. Thank you once again to all speakers and moderators for today's seminar.
Before we end the event, for all the speakers, moderators, and special guests, and also all the participants, we would like to ask for a photo session with all of you. So please, for the speakers, moderators, please stand in front of the bouquet of flowers right here. And for all the participants, could stand up in the stage right here. Thank you very much.
Indonesia.
And that concludes for the Prasetiya Mulya Economic and Business Outlook 2020 Seminar 2023. Part of committee, we apologize if there are any mistake and disruption that occurred on the event. And thank you for all participants and coming, and have a safe journey home.
And lastly, please enjoy the food and drinks we have prepared just outside of this room. And thank you once